girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
What's up, other line? Oh, hold on. What's up, other lion? I'm gonna keep the live stream going today until Mara does this thing, you know, until they report. So far, Mara and MSTR are up pretty good. Bit used down because the little dip we had. So I'm actually gonna buy more in a moment. I'm gonna buy some right now. I'm gonna do some right now. And then I'm gonna post a screenshot of it on Discord.
My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. Weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes. My weakness echoes in my soul. Oh, it echoes in my soul. My weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes. I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control. over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Now we won't go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got few more days to slay, it's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
Alright, cool. I just bought more BitU, so now we're a little bit over 2,300 shares at $54.22. So let's see what happens throughout the rest of this week and going into next month. Next week. See what Bitcoin does. It's kind of interesting so far, this hourly candle. Oh wait, why am I on the 4 hour? Oh. There you go. So far it's not pulling lower than this wick. At least not as quickly. That's very interesting. It can still go though. And now we wait for Mara to report earnings after market close. I'm gonna add more later this week, or most likely next week if it stays in this red area. Then I'll most likely add more, like another 5,000 at a time or something like that. Just because I'm trying to take advantage of this, and with BitU, since it's time to leverage, I basically have exposure to like $250,000 worth of Bitcoin because it's times two technically. So um, it's a pretty, like, in my opinion, pretty good time to be getting this exposure. I mean, who knows, if I'm wrong and Bitcoin never goes up, then there will be a big video in the future about how much I lost. But as of right now, uh, I feel pretty good about Bitcoin. There's no reason to be bearish, especially this early into the year, and with all the extra stuff going on with Bitcoin that's expected to happen with more adoption. So it's just pretty good. We still got to break past this resistance area to start making our way higher, though. So we'll see whenever that happens. I don't think we're actually gonna start creating a new uptrend until like maybe next week or something, to be honest. Yeah, not just like this report, but like if you look at their what consensus is for the following reports, like it just keeps going higher, like even surpassing $1 per share expectation too. Like, so it's not just expected to go up, but it's expected to continue going up, which is amazing. They're in a really, really good place. Like, for Mara though, it's expected to go up this one time, but it's pretty high. Just off the bat, after having two negatives and then a positive. The thing is though, if we finish this quarter even higher, like I wouldn't be surprised if consensus for Q1 of 2025 doesn't change. I feel like we can easily beat this. I feel like it's gonna be very possible to beat Q1 expectations. But and then especially Q2 should be higher as well. Like I feel like Q1, Q2, I don't know about Q3, probably as well. But Q1 and Q2 for sure, we're gonna beat those easily as long as they don't go up anymore. This one though, this one's the big mystery for today, so we'll find out soon enough. But the earnings call after the earnings report, that's what I'm really interested in. Yo, Parf, I'm gonna go get breakfast, man. And I'm probably gonna go, I don't know, on a walk or just try to chill or do whatever because it's still a little bit before market close. So oh dude, I have no idea. I haven't really been paying it. I don't really pay attention too much to Nvidia, so I have no idea. But um, I mean, if they're expected to go up a lot more throughout the rest of the year, they they're still in a downtrend technically. And like all this gap was filled in. They came down. They're not overvalued at least in this time frame. So I don't know, man. It's kind of mixed for me. I haven't really been paying attention in this. I mean, quite a bit of an uptrend. They usually have a three wave correction. Top right here, three wave. I mean, it could be getting ready to pump higher, honestly. I don't know, man. Like, if you want to be a little bit more like safe with it, you can diversify with like Nvidia and BitU or like I don't know something like that. But I can't really say because I don't pay attention to Nvidia enough, which I should. But they're a little too like in a different field than what I'm used to. But I mean, they seem pretty solid. We'll see what happens with reports, with the report earnings. But I'm gonna go get breakfast and chill and stuff like that, bro. But I'll be back before market close to check out Mara earnings and see what they report live. I think Nvidia has more upside throughout the year, but like when it comes to the short term stuff, like for the rest of this week, even next week, I have no idea. But I mean, they have a pretty solid foundation.
I can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Are you scared? I can see you from behind. You can hear me in your mind. Run so fast as you can go. Time will catch you before you know. Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you. I'm coming closer. I will catch you. The time it goes tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
Shlomi, I don't know if you're still here. Sometimes it's hard to be in front of the camera or just talk on the microphone when there's a child yelling all the time. Let me read this up a little bit. Yeah, I think Tricky's gonna buy Nvidia stock before earnings today. Cause I forgot they report earnings today too. I saw it on a video and I was like, oh, that's right. They report earnings. Oh yeah, you just mentioned it there too. I just read it. Yeah, it's gonna be very crazy. There's like some hype building up online right now, talking about like if Nvidia's report is expected to be good and it's expected to continue going up better reports throughout the year, but um word is that if Nvidia's report is good enough today, it could just reverse the markets and go higher like they've been doing in the past where their earnings report has been influencing like pretty much the broad market like very very well. Uh I'll be back. I gotta take care of something real quick. But it's very interesting, so I'm excited to see that and then specifically the earnings call for Mara is what I'm waiting on. I'll be back. Yeah. All right. Talking about Nvidia though, Shlomi. Honestly, I think it's gonna pump. I think it's gonna pump. And the chart, like, I'm not like you already know. I don't really look at Nvidia too much. I'm just overly focused on Bitcoin. But just considering, right? Considering, all the moves we've been seeing previously, like they tend to repeat really well. Where we have like this three-wave correction, the fourth pump, like the fourth move tends to be a pump, and then usually that's a higher low, and then it pumps up higher from there. So like, are we seeing something from like same? Because it's also sort of repeating like the same RSI movement where we see the pump, we see a fall, the higher low tends to be deep in the RSI, um, and then like, but it's kind of a little bit differently actually because you got the pump this time comes down, maxes out the lower end, but then the previous low this time, I mean, it was a little messy, but like it could be repeating. But then we have this wave was a little bit too high. I don't know. I think, and then it looks healthy though. Yeah, I think it looks healthy. Show me. Um, I'm mixed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's no clear signs, but I mean, it looks healthy and it's currently above the 120 moving average. I don't know. I think the earnings report will be good, but it's a little too like messy for me to really be confident. But like if I were to buy Nvidia, I don't know. I think I'll personally like be comfortable holding a little bit at the current price. But the question is are they gonna move the markets? That's the question. All good, bro. I'm doing alright. I added more to BitU today, so now I have 2,316 shares at a cost basis of $54.22. I plan to add more though. Excuse me. I'm still a little sick, but I plan to add more. Maybe not. It depends. Maybe this week. It depends if we go down more aggressively, but um like if we start March still quite weak, I might add more next week. We'll have to see. But I'm very excited to see if Nvidia is gonna move the markets with their earnings, and then specifically with Mara, their earnings call. I'm more interested in their earnings call than their actual earnings report. Um, but but yeah, things are pretty good, and like And then the Citadel liquidity um like setup they're trying to do for Bitcoin, like it's starting to all make a lot of sense. I was like doing some research on it, and like it's a big coincidence that they started this just after the Bybit hack, because yeah, earnings call is really important. And earlier I pulled it up on Seeking Alpha to show Parf was hanging out for a little bit earlier, and like expectations for every coming up quarter for Nvidia is just higher and higher and higher. Like they're expecting them to just continue growing like their earnings quite aggressively throughout the year. And then Mara's earnings, I believe this today might be a little tough when it comes to beating expectations because it's super high. But then like Q1 and Q2 of this year, the expectations are really really low, and I strongly believe like those are gonna be crushed pretty well. But there's still like 3 to 6 months before we see those. But with that like liquidity stuff, oh, I mean positive report for sure, but I just hope consensus doesn't ruin their actual report, because like sometimes consensus being too high puts a negative view on earnings, and then it kind of like, yeah, it depends, but I think it should be positive because at the end of the day, whatever the report and the balance sheets they publish and the earnings call they make um should reflect the company's position pretty well. So if right now being under $13, if that's way too undervalued, like we should see it pump back up to like 18 or something like that um throughout this week. But it just really depends. And with the Citadel uh liquidity stuff, it's like they're not like a custodial for, if that's the right word for Bitcoin. They're trying to provide liquidity. So like having them start all this stuff as Bitcoin's making these like aggressive dips just makes it so easy for them to buy and to create so much liquidity for what their business. So it's kind of funny how this is all kind of playing out at the same time, which makes me really excited, to be honest. It makes me very excited for to just watch Bitcoin do its thing. Because again, it's just a massive coincidence how a lot of this stuff happens when Bitcoin's acting a certain way like it is now. It's just kind of interesting. I should have waited like closer to market close to add to BitU because it's been falling a little bit more. Like I could have probably bought a little lower, but it's all good. I can buy more. The question is though, when all this fear is finally gonna like fade away. But until it does, I'll keep adding. And then and now I'm just chilling. I'm just waiting for these two earnings reports to come out. And then like see what's up. And then so far, this is the resistance area for Bitcoin, and if we can break this, then we can most likely start moving up higher. But until then, this is the retracement from this whole move down so far. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that as well. But yeah, man, that's pretty much it. Not much else going on. Added to BitU. I think Parf added. Parf is currently buying some shares of Nvidia before earnings because he's very confident on it, and I think he's doing a pretty good. I think it's gonna be a pretty good trade. Even if Bitcoin keeps dropping for some reason, um, I'm still gonna hold on to all my BitU, and I'm gonna add more because there is no way that I personally won't be taking advantage of these aggressive discounts um, this early in 2025, especially with uh, every day there's like more states in the U.S. pushing towards buying Bitcoin, and then you still have that Bitcoin reserve that's like pending, and then you have like a bunch of countries and big companies in other countries that are buying as well. Yeah, worst scenario, like even at that low, like I'm gonna be able to lower my cost basis by a whole lot. But there was also an article that came out recently, something about if Bitcoin comes down to like around 45 or whatever, that's the end of the bull market. But then if you zoom out and you look at the overall structure, it's like that's actually just like a super deep support from last year. So even if it were to do that, it's definitely not the end. And also if like all those articles and all those, and it's true, but like every bar market, there's like these big 20 to 30% dips as the price keeps trying to move up higher. So right now we're in between that 20 to 30% dip. So like this could be the first major dip of like the euphoria stage that at least that's what I think. I think this is potentially the first major dip of the like that big euphoria stage where Bitcoin just starts kind of doing what's really expected of it. So I think it's like I think all the stuff that's recently happened is like an artificial push towards making that happen, because we haven't really seen we haven't seen these 20% dips to 30% dips at all. So, and it's funny too. Like this early in the year, you have the Citadel doing this liquidity thing, whatever it's called, for Bitcoin during this big drop. Everything's just happening like in a really interesting. Like everything's just happening at the same time, and it's very very interesting the way this is all kind of like evolving. I'm not gonna say it's like manipulation or anything, but I am gonna say that it's just very, very interesting how it's all happening sort of at the same time and all that, which gives me a lot of excitement because I'm more excited about seeing how it excites me much, much more to see how things play out, to see how things kind of like organize themselves more than the actual reward of like making a profitable trade. Like just being able to observe and be like part of all this is so much more rewarding than the actual trade reward itself. Because like the world is changing, like technology is changing so much. It's like just being able to just see it like puts so much more happiness in my life than actually, for example, like seeing Bitcoin just pump up to like 150,000 or whatever. Like it's just amazing, all the stuff that's happening. Like, who would have thought, right? Yeah, a 50% correction would be like 70K, but the thing is, roughly, right? But the thing is, would have to sell that much to make it fall to like 70K? So like, yeah, I mean it won't go much lower. I agree, but I'm gonna be buying. I'm gonna be posting screenshots of my purchases. But it's like if all of the big players in Bitcoin, like the majority of them, are holding, excuse me, for the long run and they're buying aggressively, it's like the amount of Bitcoin that's being sold is definitely not outweighing the amount that's being bought and actually held onto, right? So something crazy will have to happen for it to drop that low. It's just, and if we do drop that low, you think we'll have like a V-shaped recovery? I think so, because I don't think prices that low can be sustained for long. But if it were to happen again, it's like something serious will have to cause it to fall that much, I think, to outweigh the amount of buying and hodling that's going on. And right now the Bitcoin volume is much lower. I think yesterday it was like around 3,000 point something thousand in volume, and today around the same time it's at 1.6k in volume. So and I know there's a lot of ETF outflows that continue to build up. The amount of ETF outflows is enough to push it down, but it's not outweighing the amount that's being bought either, though. Oh yeah, sure, I'll check it out. I should always have Discord just opened up. I don't know why I don't have it just opened up all the time. Hold on. Oh, okay, Bitcoin. That's a very interesting double support line. Like very, very interesting. It looks like you're trying to say there's like a giant triangle pattern forming right there. Yeah, you're right. If we can hold those double, I mean, it looks like we can still push a little bit lower though to reach that second support line under like the second ascending one. That's a very that's a badass chart. That's a really good chart. Even if you saw somebody draw it, that's like something to keep an eye on because yeah, that's a very important moment right there. Like this is an important moment, yeah, from what you're showing right there. The thing is though, we'll just see what happens. I mean, if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be buying so much BitU. If I was not confident, I'll be just buying like iBit or something like that. It kind of is unfortunate just to see Bitcoin continuing to fall after you add to it, but we'll see how it goes. Today might be a reversing point with Nvidia if they just really just blow expectations out the water again. Who knows? So it might be a reversal point today. Who knows? But at the same time, just from the looking at the chart alone, well, I mean, I can't realistically be too bearish in the short term because okay, it's continuing to drop, but it still hasn't broken below this swing low right here with this wick. It's still not below that. It looks like it can definitely break it. And at the end of the day, we still have all of this room that we can potentially fill for this like new support area in red that I have. So we still have all of this area that could potentially be filled, and then 77k is right here at this yellow line. So I mean, we could potentially get, I mean, if we do fill that area, I'm gonna be actually very happy because I would like to accumulate much more at like those discounted prices. And if it does fall under like at the bottom of that red, I'm probably gonna go in heavier, and I'm probably gonna do, instead of 5,000 at a time, I'll probably add another like 10,000 to BitU or something like that, and then get the position like much higher in share count. But like the more aggressive it falls, the more aggressive I'm gonna be with it. But as of right now, if it keeps dropping, either this week or early next week, I'll probably add another 5. But if it's too aggressive, I'll probably add like 10,000 or something like that. Because I'm very, very confident that all of this like stuff that's been happening lately does not change the fundamental. It does not change at the end of the day what Bitcoin is really like focused on doing. At least I think. And you know what? If I'm wrong and it goes down a ton and never comes back up, well, I'll make a video about how I lost um however much I lose, like 30, 40, 50K or something like that. That's how it goes. So one of two things is gonna happen. I'm gonna make a video about this amazing profit, how I held on to BitU even though Bitcoin was falling, or I'm gonna make one about how I lost this much, and it's crazy. What? I got a notification. I can't find it. I do something. Oh shit. Sui is looking pretty good right now. And I would be much, much more comfortable buying longs personally at these levels than buying shorts. Because we really don't know how low it can go. And is it going to recover? Like that's just where time comes into place. And you know what? I have no problem documenting everything until a final result has been confirmed, because I got nothing to hide and I have no problem showing losses. Just like I posted that video of me buying 125,000 of BitU and with like a $30,000 loss. Like I'm not shy to show any of that. I just want to be super transparent. And everyone can laugh whenever they want, but until Bitcoin pumps, they won't be laughing at us, huh, Show me. And if it doesn't pump, well, I can't even imagine it not pumping, to be honest. I'm gonna drink my orange juice now. Oh, and actually, you say let's hope, Show me. Like, I don't even have any hope. It's either gonna go up or it's gonna go down. And I have no hope. I'm gonna take either side. I don't care which side it goes to at the end of the day. I take a loss, I take a win, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all the evidence that's available to us shows that an upside is more likely than it to never go up. That's what evidence shows. The question is, how long would it take? Right? So, like, there's no hope. It's just the evidence is right in front of us. The question is, how long would it take? And there's only two pathways at the end of the day. So, like, we're just chilling. We're just being patient. Excuse me. And we're all putting our money where our mouth is, you know. I never know if I say that phrase right. I feel like I said it right. Yeah, the faster it goes down, the better. Yeah, because like I won't have to wait to add more. But like the more it goes down, the better for sure. The sooner it goes down, the better. We're seeing it dip more right now. Mara and MST are still in the positive. They went down a little bit. They were well above 1%. Now they're down a little bit. BitU is $37.8. But I'm gonna get ready. I need to remember though that any money I put in, I have to wait till the next business day to actually be able to trade with it. So I can't procrastinate trying to like If I feel like if I feel like there's gonna be a good opportunity the next day, I just gotta put it in. And worst scenario, if it goes up and I can't buy, then I can always like leave it there, withdraw or whatever. So there's really no reason to procrastinate putting deposits, at least for me. But I'm just gonna chill until these two report earnings come out, and then I might make a Mara video tonight about uh like just recapping the earnings. But I'm gonna have to take notes because their earnings call, everything they say, I want to make sure I mention it, and like to kind of do a proper recap. But who knows, man? Nvidia can really change things up for everyone. Um, Currently, I forgot actually. I want to see what their I want to see what the actual earnings dollar amount expectation is. Okay, so according to this website, consensus is at 84 cents per share. So let's see what happens. In the past, yeah, like pretty, yeah, and it keeps going up, but like in the past it's been going up kind of aggressively, so it's very possible we can slightly beat earnings. I don't think we'll beat it by a whole lot, but realistically I think slightly. They're expecting a 63.93% change year over year. But let's see if we beat 84.5 cents per share earnings. So that's the mark right there. And then next week is when I really want to update the liquidity walls for this chart, because it'll be a fresh month, and there should be some like everything should like reset at that point. It's still dipping, still dipping. We still have all this potential room though, so. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. Yeah, I think a really big factor into the fear that we're seeing like in the broad market actually. I'm actually the S&P is flat. The Nasdaq, oh no, the Dow is only pretty much flat. US 100 is slightly up. I think a lot of the fear we're seeing though is just because it is a risk on asset Bitcoin, and that's how like Wall Street categorizes Bitcoin. It's still considered a risk on asset. 84K, why is that? I mean, we're slightly just under it. So, let's see. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like so the Donald Trump just pushed. I think it was confirmed that some tariffs he just pushed out. So I think it's just like, I think a big factor today is just like tariff news causing fear for inflation and stuff like that. So I think that's what we're really seeing. Yeah, it's quite aggressive. It's a quite aggressive shakeout, to be honest. But things happen pretty quick. Things happen pretty quick. I think back here, I mean, this was a pretty good shakeout. It was like a pretty aggressive dip, but like this was also a big shakeout because it was like many months, many months of like lower lows and lower highs. Like, and this lasted a long time. Yeah, it actually lasted like quite a bit. But like the dip doesn't look that bad when you zoom out like this, right? We have potential imbalances here. Right now it is at a first imbalance, so there's imbalance right here. You probably can't see it that well, but there's some right there, and we're meeting it now. And then the next area will be down here, which will be between the yellow line for the 77K mark and the bottom of the red area, the 1.618, which is around 78,000. So that's possible. And then worst scenario, if it comes all the way down to 70, that would also fill in imbalance down here. So it's like that'll be a super aggressive dip though. But you know, anything can happen. Yeah, no, it's going down fast, dude. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying when you zoom out, it kind of like doesn't look like that bad. So I really don't know what's like the major number to look out for. I don't know if it's 77, 70, 80. I really don't know. A lot of these seem like really important, so I don't know which one's the most important. Which is why I'm just adding more to position as it makes big lows. That's all I know. Maybe 74K. The thing is too though, like if any of that were to happen, understanding that like it's just a big like what if, like a big question mark. Like if we do see this happen, this was the all-time high like in the past. Oh yeah, before it broke out. Like last year. What I was trying to say though was if 2025 is truly supposed to be like the euphoria, like strong rally Bitcoin year, the thing is, right, as time goes on, and if we consolidate for too long, and then we make like a more aggressive dip, like how long can the aggressive dips really last? Can they last like a month, more or less? Because if all that's supposed to happen, it's a question of like it's just really a question of like how long can it really sustain deep discount levels? Like that's like the one thing I don't know. Like, and if it can sustain levels for some time, like how long is that really? Can it sustain deep discounts for like a month? A few weeks, a month, maybe 2 months or something like that. So it's just it's just like a really big like guessing game for me. But like 100K is just up here, right? So like if we factor in from the low up there, it'll have to go up like 20%. And then like how quickly can Bitcoin go up back to 100K? But then also the overall dip is 23. Oh, actually, this is the big. Hold on, this is actually important. So, like, let's say we do have a 30% correction, right? Because we could. Historically, we've always had like 20 to 30%. So if we do go down 30%, that's basically like $76,000 with a 30% dip, and that's within early 2025. So it's still a big question mark. Actually, it's still like a kind of a big guessing game at that point. Yo, what's up? Yeah, extreme fear. I bet. Actually, I haven't looked at this in a while. I bet we're in extreme fear. Like the S&P could be worse. 100 index could be worse. Dow could be worse. I mean, it looks like. But also look at the VIX. Look at the VIX though. Like the VIX is. No wonder we're in extreme fear. It is. It's up there, you know. And like eventually, like it always does, when fear goes away, the VIX ends up coming down. The VIX like pumps up and down. So like eventually when it comes back down, like that should be a big pump in growth assets. I think, at least. And then Mara is consolidating on here. Let's see what happens after market and what happens throughout Thursday and Friday, because that's a big deal, right? And then MSTR is holding just above this new support area I have. So Nvidia shouldn't highly affect MSTR and a lot of other stuff too. So there's a lot of like question marks right now, really, because the way everything is kind of like evolving, and it's all happening like in a very interesting time. So it's just like, this is kind of all new to me, the way this is all unfolding. Yeah, in the regular stock market. I mean, the VIX is overall, the VIX kind of covers everything, I think. And the VIX is pretty high, so if the VIX falls, then we can possibly see a good pump. But that can take like, I don't know, it can take like a week or two for it to drop or something. But I guess if I have to pinpoint like one thing, like wondering what forbid you, when it comes to like how the duration of these discounted levels, like I don't know, it can last 1 to like 4 or 5 weeks or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just buying more BitU. I bought some today. I posted on the Discord. I bought another 120 something shares for like 5,000. I posted it on Discord. Yeah, the big question though is Nvidia, because if all that news online is saying that Nvidia could potentially move the market like it's done in previous earnings calls or previous earnings reports, then like we can see that happen again. So Nvidia is a big mover, but we'll see if that keeps repeating. I think that's that's the big picture for today. It's just Nvidia. Let's see what they report. I have a feeling that Mara is going to say something very interesting in their earnings call. Something about, if I have to guess, it'll be something about uh their outlook, how it's probably gonna be like positive, and how they are gonna issue more 0% notes to buy more Bitcoin, and they're probably gonna say something about their mining operations. I have a feeling. I have a feeling they're gonna say there's gonna be positive news for the earnings call. I'm just guessing. Um, I haven't had a Red Bull in a long time. It kind of sounds tasty. Um, but now, I mean, I've been really excited for the Mara earnings and earnings call, but now I'm kind of excited to really see what Nvidia has to say, because Nvidia could really like move the overall market. So like it's a really big. It's kind of funny. One company's earnings report can be like a massive catalyst to move basically like the overall market. It's kind of interesting actually. So it's very exciting just to see what happens. Um, so far, I think there's still a lot of tariff. Uh, yeah, dude, it's crazy. I mean, I kind of I want to buy more, but like if it dips more, um, I kind of want to buy more, but it sucks because if I deposit it, I won't be able to use it till tomorrow. So I ended up buying early. I added earlier today to BitU to take advantage of Bitcoin. But now if I want to buy again, I basically have to wait till tomorrow because I won't have the funds available. So let's see what happens throughout the rest of the week into March as well. But there's like the recent tariffs that were issued is still really fresh. Like it just happened yesterday, I think. I think it was yesterday or something like that. So I think this is a lot of like inflation fear that's causing Bitcoin to come down and stuff like that. And but then we also had like a pretty bad consumer confidence report just before the Bybit hack. And the price was going up with that report. Wait, no, that was something else. This was no, this was jobless claims. Yeah. 4,000 more jobless claims than expected, so the price was going up. Then we had consumer confidence drop. And that technically should be good for like potential rate cuts. But I think the tariff fears is what kind of like canceled everything out, because now with the tariff fears, there's like it can I think it can cancel out the potential of whatever drop in prices will naturally happen when inflation goes down, or at least decreases. So I think the tariffs just can't. I think they just cancel out all that progress or something like that. It hasn't been reported, like it hasn't, none of that's been confirmed just yet that prices are going up. But I think it's just strong confidence that it will, and I think that's what's canceling all of the positive news and pushing down the price more. I mean, I think it's possible. So we just gotta wait, I guess. Wait on a few more catalysts. One big one today with Nvidia, and then uh actually I'm not sure if there's any See if there's anything coming up. Tomorrow there's another initial jobless claims. I don't think it's anything. Oh, okay, yeah. The last one was 219,000, which was 4,000 more. This time around, it's expected to be 225,000. I don't know. That seems kind of aggressive, but we'll see. We have that tomorrow, but I don't think it's gonna be anything major because this isn't like a big picture jobless claims. It's more of a short term one, I think. GDP second read, nothing really overly important. Personal income, PCE index, core PCE index. So Friday, the last trading day of February, we could. I think we got some pretty important news coming out. And then in March, initial jobless claims. It's just a short term one again, but it's still. I think it can still be important. U.S. jobs report for February. So I think this is gonna be important because this is a month time frame. So this could be important. Unemployment rate for February could be important. Oh shoot! I think the market might be closed on. Wait, what is this? February? What is this? Oh, last week. Okay. Yeah, so I think on the first half of. Am I seeing this right? I think the first week of March, I think we have some. Yeah, the first week of March, we have some pretty interesting things to look out for. And I think towards the end of March, there's a interest rate meeting. I think, if I'm correct. So that's something else to look out for. So if all of these reports are gonna be coming out, not just this week, but more importantly, like for the first week of March and all that, should give us a better understanding of what's going on. But I think as we get closer towards the interest rate announcement, we should have a better look at where inflation is at. So it's just a lot of question marks at the moment until we have all that information available. Until we have all the information available, if all these reports are going to be coming out. So for now, we're just trying to focus on structures and if we're like in the discounted portion or not. I think right now structures is the most important thing because we don't have all that information available just yet. And then after Nvidia and Mara report earnings, I am gonna end the stream because I'm gonna be going to the gym and spending a good portion of the evening out there. I'm not just sitting in a room all the time. And then just watch Bitcoin do his thing, you know? I think it will recover very quickly too. I think primarily, I honestly think the Bybit hack stuff already died off, I think. Because they recovered everything. Everyone's going to get their money back. And they're obviously improving their security. Yeah, Shlomi agrees with you, Parv, as well. So, like, I think right now, the inflation fears is, like, the only thing holding the price from potentially going higher. Like, soon. I think that's what's holding it back. Because the terror stuff on, like, Canada and like all the tariff stuff that's been like recently hitting the news I think that's really what's holding the price back, if I have to guess. Because I can't really think of. I mean, it also could be institutional manipulation, because like with the Citadel creating that liquidity thing that it's doing, it's kind of a big coincidence. Like this is all happening while Citadel is like setting up that liquidity pool or whatever that they're creating. So, but that's just a big guess. I think it really comes down to like just inflation fears and stuff, because Bitcoin is still a risk on asset according to like Wall Street, you know. Okay, it's gonna dip a bit more. I might be able to lower this retracement area for this move if it dips any lower below this swing low right here. And then right now, I looked at it earlier, but there's not really a whole lot of like liquidity walls to like look at. So I think honestly, I think a lot of traders don't really. There's not a whole lot of like short-term traders really trying to take advantage of leveraged positions right now in the spot market. So we'll see what happens. We still got 2 hours before those earnings reports come out.
Hindsight is fleeting when your heart's bleeding and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young and I didn't understand that you are the one, and I can't wait to see you again. Oh, I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. 'Cause I was too young and I didn't understand that you are the one, and I can't wait to see you again.
The only thing that sucks though is that I do my taxes here in the US like late March. And I'm gonna have to pay like over 30,000 in taxes. So I can pay it even without closing this trade out. But it would be really nice to like close this trade out with like a profit and then use that to pay taxes or something. Cause it's a little hefty, but like for example, in 2024, just in Coinbase alone, I made like just about 50,000 in profit, and that's not considering the profit I made in other exchanges and brokerages. So I have to pay like over 30, and I'm able to pay it. It just sucks, like having to give away the government that much money. It just sucks. It's just me being cheap, I guess. So we'll see what happens throughout March and all that with Bitcoin. But I don't think all this tariff fear and all that is gonna like take long to fade away. To be honest, because I was talking to Shlomi about this earlier. I was like even with fear pushing price down and all that, it's like at the end of the day, if you're in deep discount area, like it's a big question mark. Like how long can fear really sustain discounted or like deep discounted levels? Like how long can that really last? It's, and especially considering that we're in the early months of what's supposed to be a very bullish year. Regardless of like all of the states and institutional government adoption of Bitcoin and all that around the world. So it's just a big question mark. Like how long can it really sustain prices? Like realistically, it could probably sustain prices like that for like up to a month or something. But like mid 2025, when Bitcoin was trading somewhat in a downtrend pattern for like 5 months or something like that, during that time you had inflation interest rates was ticking up. So like things are a little bit different now they're just staying flat for the most part, right? So it's like what is really going to change everything? It's either like a change in the Fed's is it their balance sheet? It's either the Fed changes things or discounted levels just can't be sustained for that long. So I think that's really the two things that it comes down to. Because like I don't know how it works around the world, but like in the US, the Fed is pretty much what moves the market. So it's either them that change things, or it's just pure structure based, which means that deep discounts can be sustained for like more than a month or something like that. So it's just a big question mark, really. It really still is. And like regardless, even if Nvidia kicks butt today with amazing earnings and a really good earnings call, if that happens, like would it just be like a bullish fake out or something? And then again, we get more like tariff fear that like creeps us way back up. Like it's just a big question mark. Like I think that's really when it comes down to like this time will tell what happens. Because there's too much like uncertainty when it comes to trying to like pinpoint one mover when structure at the end of the day also plays a big factor. But I think all this will become more clear within the next maybe 3 weeks. I think it will take like 3 weeks for a lot of it to be like, settled and make sense. Because I mean, late March with the Federal Reserve meeting with interest rates, like that can be like that should like clean things up a little bit, I think, because they will know exactly what they're looking at. But then we have so much more catalysts like jobless claims. We have a PCE reports that are going to be coming out over the next like week and a half. But like if you consider the trend we've been looking at so far with like jobless claims have been ticking up, next week the expectations are 6,000 more jobless claims. But like if the trend continues and tariff news and fear cancel out any potential decrease of inflation, if it cancels out that fear, or no, if it cancels it out by causing continued fear, then really I think all we're looking at the end of the day is just discounted levels being sustained for like roughly like around 3 weeks or something like that, until finally the Fed clears things up. I think that's really what it comes down to. I think it's mixed news, positive and negative, extending the current like structure that we're in, and then Fed clears things up. I mean, that's just guessing. That's just 100% like pure just guessing. Which is another reason why I'm just gonna keep adding more to BitU if that does play out that way. And then your boxers. Yeah, like I'm when it comes purely down to like the fundamentals of like supply and demand, like everything, I feel like there's, and I don't feel like I mean I've looked it up and done it in front of you guys in a bunch of videos and stuff, but like there's so much more evidence that Bitcoin will recover than there is evidence that it won't. There's so much more evidence that it will recover, in my opinion, and I've shown that to you guys multiple times. And earlier in this stream, I showed it, but like the circulating supply and the remaining supply and all that just keep supporting a bullish case at the end of the day. And then today, I think another state came out saying that they're pushing to also acquire more Bitcoin. So like more states in the US are buying, more governments and companies and stuff. So it's like, and I think the Citadel liquidity pool thing or whatever they're making, that's happened just after the Bybit hack. Like all that is, I think, supporting the bullish foundation for Bitcoin. Yeah, it for sure is. I mean, and also this dip like happened just a couple days ago too. So it's like, it's still very early and it hasn't been that long. And then every time you look up news on Bitcoin, it's like there's no actual news talking about like fundamental reasons that, like, no one's talking about the remaining supply will increase over time. Like no one's saying anything like that. So I just feel like there's so much more evidence. So much more evidence that we will go up. And I keep getting a bunch of news and it's just all saying like, oh, S&P is down this much or whatever. But no one's saying anything why. So it should like, I think that it's all just pure emotion that's causing these discounted levels. I just can't find enough evidence to really support a bearish case, unlike all the evidence I can find that will support a bullish one. So I'm not being biased or anything on Bitcoin. I'm not being biased. Right now I'm down over like 30k, probably like 35k or something on BitU. But I'm adding more to it just because as of right now, there's no reason to sell. Because again, all of the researchable evidence that's public for everyone, it just supports the upside case. It just, I don't know, it's just nothing's really making sense to justify what we're seeing. And that's why I keep adding until there's solid evidence that says otherwise. But so far we haven't gotten that. So it's just a patience game at this point until something happens. But I'm just glad that we had a breakdown. Not just to add more, but like we've been trading sideways for such a long time and we finally had to break a structure. So now we're just trying to see what part of this supportive area we're gonna like hold on to. But it's all just very, very interesting the way this is all playing out. But you know, I'm gonna keep holding. I'm gonna keep showing you guys the position until. I'm not gonna repeat it too much. I think I said it to Shlomi earlier or something. But there's two pathways. It's just what it comes down to. Like, it all comes down to the researchable evidence, and there's just nothing has changed besides just emotional negative news. That's pretty much it. So I'm just gonna chill. We have like an hour and 40 minutes until we get those earnings reports published, I think. Something like that. So I'm just gonna chill until then. But I might give it till like the first week of March or something before I add more to BitU, because I want to see if the Nvidia is a big catalyst to reverse stuff or whatever happens, whatever. I might not add more this week, and so I can give it time to let it do its thing, and then like in the first week of March, if we are still trading within this red area, lower or the same, I'll add more. Another like 5 or 10,000 of BitU. I'll add it. But if in the first week of March we are starting to trend a little higher, then I'll just let it run. So I'll give it time to actually let it decide what's gonna happen. And then also, like, there was like people publishing online about like a smaller head and shoulders pattern forming on like a 15-minute chart or something like that. And like right here, you have the shoulder, head, and shoulder, and it didn't play out. Like, I don't really pay attention to the head and shoulder patterns too much because it just doesn't tend to really, at least in my opinion, it's not something powerful enough for me to really care about too much, because as you can see, it didn't work out. So like all those people that started buying thinking that pattern was going to be strong enough kept dipping. So like it's just the overall bigger picture. I think the weekly chart weekly candles might give a better understanding. But even if you zoom out on the weekly and stuff, like there's not really a whole lot to look at, because before pumping up to the latest all-time high, it created so much imbalance areas and so much support areas throughout the entire rise up from like around 70, around like 70k all the way up to like 108k. So there's so much areas to look at that point. It kind of like makes things a little bit less organized. But I think this whole area supports, or at least like mixes all those areas up together to make it a little bit easier to look at or something. But yeah, there's a lot of question marks throughout this next month with the Fed and all the like economic U.S. macroeconomic reports are going to come out. He's just waiting for each one to come out, making things a little bit more clear to see what the Fed will do and then what they actually end up doing. And then rather or not, these sustained prices in the discounted portions will hold. Because like I think it could potentially hold for like 3 weeks at least, realistically. And that's without considering potential a potential like really good Nvidia report that like changes everything in the market, and then like it just causes a big pump or something like that. Like, it's happened before multiple times throughout 2024. But like on under 2 hours, we'll see if it happens again or not. But tariffs and inflation are like a really big factor right now. So I think we just need to wait for that for all this tariff inflation news to kind of like settle. Cause like I said before, Wall Street still considers Bitcoin as a risk-on asset. So I think that's why the recent tariffs that were issued is playing such a big factor. But we'll just have to see how it plays out. Because again, at the end of the day, I truly believe, from at least all the research I've done, that there's nothing justifying this dip, and it's all pure emotion. So we just have to see how long it can sustain this fear. And then again, like roughly an hour and 35 minutes, we'll get those earnings reports coming out.
I'm headed to the bottom of the bottle. I've been drowning, I've been floating away. Every other dollar that I got in bed, I probably went and pissed it away. I ain't fucking okay, I ain't liking it, babe. I don't even wanna talk, I'm just smoking my haze. I've been stuck in my ways, I've been stuck in for days. I've been staring at the clock as the radio plays.
Wait, Parf. If you go to the gym today, what are you gonna do? Because when I go later, I just have to eat first, like a proper meal. But I think I'm gonna do some legs and shoulders primarily. What's your routine? Actually, I never asked you. What's your routine? For all of your training days. Do you have like days specifically for certain like muscle groups, or do you kind of like just go with the flow or whatever you're feeling? And Jackie is in here, but I think Jackie just does a lot of like, I don't know what it's called, powerlifting or something like that. Because he owns his own gym in Hong Kong, but I never asked him what his routine is either. An hour and 30 minutes before market closes. Let's see what Nvidia and Mara push out. Well, I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna go out and eat something. So I'm just gonna leave this running, and I should be back before market close to check out those earnings reports. So I'll catch you guys then.
Look into my eyes and show me your adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made up, baby, that's made up all that we find. Test the waters, oh, it's hard. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made up, baby, that's made up all that we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is where we stand.
town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
Oh, Parf just said tariffs got confirmed. I'm a little bit confused on when tariffs actually get confirmed or not, because like there's a lot of talk about it. And then it was like, I don't know if it got confirmed today, yesterday, or Monday. I have no idea. Wait, yesterday was Monday. No, today's Wednesday. But Bitcoin's dipping down a little bit. I think I'm gonna clear up. We'll just do this first dip down, and then this one stretches out to here. There's a few overlap there on imbalance and retracement. They got sort of invalidated, not completely, because it failed, and it broke down lower. There's still more room for it to fall. This whole area can potentially be filled. So I'm just trying to keep an eye on it. Another 100 below. Dang, just under 36. I'm getting very, very excited because excuse me, I just ate some spicy chips. It's exciting for me, at least, because like when you, I mean, not that it's guaranteed to happen, but I strongly believe it will. Like when Bitcoin goes back up, and you got like an average buy of BitU under 40, like I strongly believe soon enough it will be at $60. Not soon, like this week or next week. It possibly could happen, but like around mid March to late March. I think it's a pretty realistic time frame to potentially look at Bitcoin back over $100. I mean $100,000. So when I say soon, I mean like roughly 3 weeks from now, maybe 3.5 weeks, something like that. Because usually tariff news and then inflation uncertainty can definitely last a while, you know, until more information gets published through macroeconomic reports and an actual like interest rate meeting and stuff like that. So I actually just read an article through the Apple stock app under Bitcoin USD, and it says by Business Insider, Bitcoin hits bear market as risk off shift rattles crypto investors. And it's talking about how Bitcoin now, since it went over like 23% or something like that, it confirms a bear market. But I'm like, sure, you could say that, but seeing like a 23 at least percent dip within a very short time frame, like they don't really talk about, they don't really back up what they're saying with like anything besides just like a super basic I can't say that word, statistic statement. So it's like a 20+% dip in a very short period of time, while a bunch of like tariff and inflation fears kick off. Is like you gotta, you know, you gotta decide if that's gonna, because there's gonna be a lot of reasons this is happening, but like I think it's because of a tariff and just a bunch of fear and stuff. So if you have such an aggressive dip in a short period of time, it's like you gotta yourself look for signs to try to make sense of it instead of just going off of like what a bunch of news media is saying. So you just gotta have your own reasons that make sense and that to really make sense to yourself. Because trading, honestly, at the end of the day, is like a super personal thing. And the way I made sense of it, this dip, is just considering a lot of the public information of, you know, all the fear that's going on in because of tariffs. And at first it was like a hack, and then tariffs kept getting pushed, and then it's just kind of how I made sense of it, at least, right? And then also considering that we're still early in 2025 and that the bull market's not done, and like a bunch of YouTubers and a bunch of articles and everyone says this. Even if you guys know Plan B Bitcoin, he has a YouTube channel. Everyone always says there's gonna be like 20 to 30% dips multiple times throughout, you know, the last like little euphoria stage leg up thing on Bitcoin that could potentially push it up much higher. The 200-day moving average. I just have the 120. So I'm not. I don't know what that looks like. I'm not sure if you post a screenshot it on Discord, I'll check it out. But like, if we're gonna see 20 to 30% dips multiple times throughout this euphoria stage or whatever you call it, and that's supposed to like drive out a lot of like paper hands, I think that's what it's called. So it's like, if this was already expected to happen sometime this year and it's happening now, and most likely it won't be the only time it happens, and it's gonna happen a few more times potentially, then it's like, it doesn't matter what reason causes the dip, it's already expected. Like, you don't know exactly when it's gonna happen, but we already know that it is happening. So if like for years and every cycle there's like 20 to 30% dips throughout all the rises, it's like, well, this may just be one of them, and it's still early in the year. So it's like, just purely that speculation alone kind of like tells me like, hey, this could be that first 20 to 30% dip that happens. So then, you know, like maybe it will eventually recover, go up higher, and then we'll have another 20 to 30% dip, and then repeat until eventually like towards the end of the year or whatever. So I mean, I guess it's just one of the many reasons I'm just being super chill about this, because just from that reason alone, one reason why I mean, I expected to go back up. It's too early in the year. 20 to 30% dips already expected to happen multiple times, and now we may be seeing the first one. And this dip isn't stopping states and companies and governments from buying more Bitcoin. So then it's like, well, if they're still buying even from this dip, there's still, you know, more Bitcoin being bought up and going out, regardless of just the Bitcoin ETF outflows. It's like, I'm just repeating myself at that point, you know? Like, yeah, we can see a little bit more downside. We still have more of this red area to fill, potentially, that it could fill. But, it's just, you know, I'm going to give it time, and I'm not going to sell any BitU. Instead, I'll be adding more. It's just it's just a waiting game basically to see how far down it has to go, or how far down, or how long it has to stay down till a bunch of like people get scared, or a bunch of paper hands get pushed out of the market or whatever, as big institutions and stuff add more while people get scared out. So it's just a big test. I think it's testing you to see how patient you are, how far Bitcoin can push you before you give up on it. So it's just, it's just how it goes, and it's definitely not far down enough, and it could definitely stay down here for a while, and I'm not gonna be pushed out. I'll just keep adding more, like I've already been doing, and like I showed you guys today through that screenshot on Discord. It's we're just hanging out, and then in like 25 to 30 minutes we should have some earnings reports coming out, Nvidia and Mara. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna go get some Oreos real quick. I'm definitely not getting shaked out of the market right now. I know a lot of people are, but we'll see what happens.
It's delicious. It's delicious.
It's true. The last few quarterly earnings, Nvidia has really moved the market. Like it, very big deal. We'll see if we see it again, and we'll find out in like 10 minutes. Um, it's kind of weird. Well, is it weird? Oh, they are a pretty. They're like up there on the S&P 500, right? Yeah, they have really, really moved the markets the last few times. Let's see if it happens again. It's kind of exciting. I'm just really curious to see if what 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 happens. Um, and then Mara as well. We'll see what happens with them. Yeah, a little bit too negative on those tariffs and stuff, huh? A little bit of light will remind everyone that, to take a look at the bigger picture. In case you're wondering what I'm doing here, I usually watch YouTube on my laptop sometimes if I get bored. A little bit of YouTube. I'm gonna be going on an 8-day vacation in April. So I'm just watching videos. I started talking. I forgot I had my mic muted. We got like maybe 4.5 minutes before market closes, and then we should get those earnings reports like within 10 minutes after market close, right? Something like that. So we're about to get them. We're about to get them soon. I kind of like watching if you guys know the show Peaky Blinders, I sometimes like to watch clips of that show. They did a great job with it. A couple more minutes before market closes. I'm getting excited. I'm super curious to see what they're gonna say. Nvidia and Mara. Just to see what progress have been, the progress that's being made, and maybe, not maybe, but for sure their outlook for continuing so far, their outlook for the year, because a lot of the time the outlook is at the end of the day one of the most important actual parts of an earnings call.
I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
Okay. Okay, the market's about to close. I mean, if I have to guess, Nvidia's up so far. It's up 3.6%. And then when you look at the bigger picture, it's mixed. It's sort of balanced. It's not really discounted or in the premium. There is some similar patterns from the last time I consolidated, but the RSI is much different. You know what? I'm gonna guess it's gonna go up. The question is though, even if it goes up right when the earnings report gets released, the question is, will their earnings call reverse everything? Right? That's something we have to kind of like think about. But look at the market just closed. The US market just closed, so I'm gonna keep my eyes out on. I'm gonna shut down my laptop. I'm gonna keep an eye on my notifications. Keep an eye. Let's see if we can. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's see if we can find. I mean, it's not reported just yet. Like there's still. Oh shoot. There's still Dang, I can't seem to. There you go. I don't think they reported it just yet. I'm so excited, but I haven't gotten any notifications yet. I don't know who's gonna report first, Nvidia or Mara. I'm just waiting. No notifications just yet. I have a good feeling I'll get a notification for Mara. Sort of a. Like, I wouldn't. I mean, for sure Nvidia, but Mara, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't get a notification. Yeah, the market just closed. It's 2 minutes after market close. It's really exciting. So wait a minute. 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, I don't think Mara is gonna actually report their earnings until like 55 minutes from now, possibly. Because it says right here, this is U.S. time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. There's almost an hour left till then. Oh, but they have an event here we can watch. It's not being broadcast. Oh, the conference call. Yeah, for the earnings. This is the earnings call. So I think I'm gonna try to. I want to see if I can. Yeah, see, none of it's. None. It hasn't been released yet, I guess. The last thing they released was. Mara, I didn't know that they closed the Texas wind farm acquisition. That was on the 18th. So still, yeah, no earnings report for them. I don't think it's gonna be released till just over 50 minutes, like 55 minutes or something. Let's see if Nvidia. I haven't gotten a notification just yet either. So. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, Nvidia should report their earnings in 15 minutes. Yeah, Nvidia. All right, so Mara is going to be at like roughly 55 minutes from now. And then Nvidia, supposedly according to Forbes, it's 4:20 p.m. Eastern time in the US, so 15 minutes. So I thought it was going to happen like 5 to 10 minutes after market close, but I'm gonna see if I can open up their official page, and then maybe third quarter 2025. Wait, what? That's confusing. Oh, I got a notification from. It might just be a market notification. Nasdaq S&P 500 eke out gains as all eyes turn to Nvidia earnings. That's from Yahoo Finance. Yeah, so it's kind of building up. It's kind of exciting, to be honest. So I might do this. I might check out their webcast when it comes out. I don't know. I did put out some fish to defrost in my kitchen, and I really want to cook that. So I don't know if I'm gonna wait to actually listen to earnings call. I might just make a video on it later tonight about whatever they say. Cause I really want to cook so I can eat, because I didn't have a big breakfast. Alright, so Nvidia, we got just over 10 minutes left supposedly. I'll keep refreshing though, because who knows, it might come out a little earlier. So again, I guess since we're waiting on this, Nvidia's consensus, at least according to Seeking Alpha, it's 84 cents per share is the consensus. So that's what we're gonna see if they beat or not. I got another notification from MarketWatch. S&P 500 and Nasdaq snap 4-day losing streak despite Trump's latest tariff threat. So I think since the tariff stuff is already dying off, like pretty quick, I think this is a lot of that Citadel liquidation pool, whatever thing they're working on. So whenever that stabilizes, it might just be in the past at that point. CNBC says same thing that Market Watch said. So yeah, Nvidia 84 cents per share. That's consensus, right? That's consensus. Mara is a little bit differently, and I kind of disagree with the future consensus. So Mara's a little bit different. It's kind of aggressive. 68 cents per share is going to be the consensus. But then if you look at Q1 and Q2, pretty bad. I mean, even Q3 is pretty bad. I have a good feeling that Q1, Q2 for sure we're going to beat expectations if they don't change from what they're currently at. And then Q3 question mark, but I feel like there's a really good chance of beating Q3 too. It just depends on what Bitcoin does obviously, and how Mara describes whatever outlook they're gonna have on their earnings call. But this is pretty high. Is it though? I don't know. It's a big question mark for that one. But Nvidia earnings, we should have that in like 11 minutes. 11 minutes we should have it. And then Mara won't be for a bit. Mara still has like 50 minutes before they report. So that's gonna be very interesting. Like I said, I might not actually watch it, but I'll most likely make a video on it later today because I really want to go cook. So let's see. 10 minutes to go. It's gonna be crazy because there's already like articles coming out on like major news medias talking about like all eyes on Nvidia, and I think they're gonna go up. But the question is the earnings call, right? That's what we really want to see what they say. And I think their earnings call is let me see what time their earnings call. And also like looking at like consensus for the rest of the year, like the following quarters just keeps climbing higher and higher. The question is though, actually no, the real question is, okay, so if Nvidia let's say Nvidia does report a really good earnings and their earnings call is amazing, right? Let's say that does happen and it pushes the market higher. The question is, will any other macroeconomic fear, other stuff out there on the table right now, will that eventually cause a retracement shortly after? Like going into pre-market tomorrow? Will things shift, right? I think that's why it's important to kind of like see how it does within the next 2 days, Thursday and Friday. Oh, you think Nvidia is going to move 8% up? Okay, you know what? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use another chart here to just because I don't want to. Okay, so let's say Nvidia right now, right? Because the thing is, like, the patterns we're seeing right now are very similar to the one we saw here before the next move up, and then very similar as well to the one we saw here before this move up right here. So like, are we repeating that? The RSI is a lot different this time around, but like, let's say we do pump up 8%. Oh, okay. So I see what you're trying to say is that you think it's gonna pump up up to the previous swing high and potentially use that as a retracement or as a resistance to retrace back and try to do one of these right here, or like maybe it wants to retrace back, so something like this where it goes up to resistance, comes back down, but finds something like that is what you're trying to say. I mean, that makes sense to me. But the thing is too, is like even if it does go up 8%, Mara earnings are out. Wait, Brittany, what? So they're early. Oh, this is exciting. This is really exciting. I'm really excited for the earnings call. Oh no. Earnings call is in 50 minutes. The earnings report was earlier, right? I messed that up a lot. Christian says record high revenue, net income, and adjustment. Direct energy costs for Bitcoin from owned sites BTCU. Did they say anything about their Middle Eastern exposure? There's a Middle Eastern mining company. They have like, I don't know what percentage ownership they have of that. Whoa, really? Oh, wait. Oh, man. It's so exciting. I really want to see what they're going to say on their earnings call, though. The outlook. That's what I'm always excited for, is the outlook. Post market, it's about to reach 13 bucks. The question is, though, potential resistance, and there's a gap right here. Can that act as resistance? I feel like all this is going to settle once we get the... Oh, this is so exciting. This is really exciting, though. Bitcoin so far is trading. It's pretty much still not. It's not really doing much right here. Volume is up though. Actually, just like two or 3 hours ago, I think. 2 or 3 hours ago. Yeah, 2 or 3 hours ago. It was like 1.6K on volume. It's almost at 3K volume. Wow, that's very interesting, actually. So, it's pumping up a little bit more. We still have resistance right here, though. First resistance, and then we have 3 levels of resistance up here. If we can break all of these eventually, this week, I don't know, next week, or whatever, first half of March, it doesn't matter. If we can not just break past this, but break past these 3 levels of resistance, so like, 2 imbalance areas, potential resistance, overlapping with the retracement from this entire move down. No. This entire move right here. So this is to break this move right here, this one to go up, to go into here. 3 levels of resistance, break this. We could potentially start working our way back up to 100K. But not anytime soon. Like realistically. 2 to 3 weeks. 3 weeks, roughly. To form a sustainable structure above 100K Bitcoin, I think. Or yeah, Mara did pump up. It's over 13 bucks now. Yeah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Their earnings call is the one at 5 p.m. Eastern time in the US. Nvidia. Oh, wait. Nvidia. What about Nvidia? It should be out already, right? Nvidia's up a few cents post market. Yeah, Mara's kicking butt. I mean, so far really good, right? But the thing is, we got to see what the outlook is going to be. We can't get ahead of ourselves too much. But it's nice to see them post good earnings. What was their actual? Does anyone know their actual? If they beat consensus or not? Because I think, what was it, like 60 something cents, 80 something cents per share, right? I don't think Seeking Alpha updates their stuff like right away. I think it usually takes a while, a little bit, for them to update it. So consensus is 68,666 cents. What a coincidence, 666. Which chart? So Mara on this chart, yeah, it's up, but revenue 214. Thank you, Sharaz. What is that on the actual cents per share though? The actual Bitcoin chart isn't doing much right now. I think. What's up with Nvidia? I thought they were gonna report earnings like 6 minutes ago. So this won't update just yet. Okay, but Shara says 214.4 million revenue. Oh wow, they kicked butt. It's actually a lot better than last time, right? Whoa. $1.24 per share, dude. What? Yeah, and then revenue last time was 131.65 million. So it's over 200 million this time around. What? I mean, am I surprised? I don't think anyone is surprised besides me because like look at Bitcoin Q4 of 2024. It was just it made, you know, it just kept rallying like a ton, like crazy. Like I'll use the USDT chart so there's no like it just kept running up, and then it made $100,000 for the first time before New Year's. So like, am I supposed to be surprised of how well they did? Bitcoin's still stabilizing a little bit. I don't know if I should be surprised or not. But NVDA, that's the only one we're waiting on. And then later tonight, I'll see whatever their earnings call is. So Mara kicked butt. Doing pretty good. So I think, I'm not sure if it was Shlomi or if it was... No. It was Shlomi. I think you're the one that said potential bottom could be in Mara. Oh, and then I said something about waiting for the earnings call to confirm, but I think you're right again. Shlomi's like come from the future or something. I don't have any. Oh, I do have notifications. Salesforce stock slides as full year forecast comes up short. That's not. Yeah, their earnings, it is out. There's just no, I'm not getting like a clear notification just telling me what I want to hear. Last time Nvidia reported earnings, did the market like take a second to like analyze it? Or... I feel like everyone probably knows. I'm just over here like taking forever to find this information. I mean, it's for sure gonna move one direction. Hold on, maybe I can go to fiscal Q4 earnings report, events and presentations. Bitcoin's starting to pump a little bit. Could potentially get rejected. I've seen before the top of a red supportive fib extension area also acting as support in the past. It's pumping a little bit, so I think their info is out. After hours, Nvidia's up 3%. That's $4. Yeah, it's pumping. So Mara and Nvidia are both pumping. Whoa, check it out. That's nice. We just got to see how it settles, right? So Thursday and Friday, we got to see how it settles to see if it's going to create somewhat of a floor or not. And that's kind of what I want to try to catch, the floor, and then make like a proper outlook on it for like March, for example, and be more sharp, spot on what we can be looking at now, because these next 2 days are going to be very important to see how it settles. And the question is, if Mara's good, right? And then Nvidia, if that's good, Nvidia red, Did they report it, or is it because they're taking long to report? Or oh yeah, now it's down 2%. Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna like pump and then dip, but it's still probably trying to stabilize. I think they're still trying to figure out how they feel about it. But like, if it does continue to be good, and if their outlook is good, and then it raises back up, then that could start creating that floor for Bitcoin that we've been waiting on. Because I think so. Like I don't think this, but I think what I'm gonna say next. But every bull market, like euphoria stage for Bitcoin on the last year of the bull market, everyone says there's articles on it. Like a bunch of people say the same thing. There's 20 to 30% dips multiple times, and I think Plan B Bitcoin said this too. Also, More Crypto Online said this too. There's 20 to 30% dips multiple times throughout that like euphoria stage. So, I think, and I just think that this 23+% dip that we're seeing now is just the first 20 to 30% dip of the euphoria stage, and now like it'll eventually start recovering throughout March. I mean, it can start recovering by the end of this week, but I think March is when we're gonna really start seeing it do whatever it is that we're actually expecting it to do. Yo, Parf. I'm not sure if Mara's up a bit. Positive earnings. Their earnings call comes out soon, in like just over 30 minutes, and I think their earnings call, their outlook, man, that's what I care about. That's what I care about. And then looking at their actual balance sheets, Nvidia's back up from being 2% down. The question is, and Bitcoin's kind of holding up here as well, a little bit. JMen's shares are at 1378 each. Oh, your average cost? That's actually badass. That's really cool, because I think Shlomi has a 13 something dollar and something cent, 13 point something average cost as well. And that's fantastic, because I strongly believe Mara is going to be eventually in the 20s again real soon, and then I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into the 30s like late summer or something like that. That's actually really, that's a great buy. The only open trade I have right now is with BitU, and I have my average cost at $54. I have it at $54.22 is my BitU average cost. CNBC says Nvidia sales grow 78%, more than expected. I believe consensus was 60 something percent. So Nvidia sales grow 78% on AI demand. Company gives strong guidance. Oh, so we have the outlook already? That's pretty quick. Yeah, Shara says Nvidia 89 cents actual, 84 expected. $1 billion more made basically than expected. $1 billion revenue. Yeah. Is that enough? Well, okay, so if they made no, they're basically 10% ahead of what was expected, right? So if they're 10% ahead and their guidance is good, like, yeah, if Mara's red, it might just be like a it might just be it's just like reacting to everything. That's why I want to give it 2 days, the whole rest of this week, this trading week, to see what's really what's up. And then next week we have PCE numbers, and then some jobs reports too. But that's why it's important to kind of see how this does the next 2 days. Oh, Nvidia's down. Okay. Yeah, I think it was slightly underwhelming. They did better. Nvidia did they both did better, but I think Nvidia didn't it didn't max it out as much, I think, as like a lot of people were expecting. But I don't really care. Like, if it's good, it's good. And if their guidance, their outlook is good, then it's good. Like, it creates a good foundation for them to trade off of. Bro, where's the chart on this? Oh. I'm an idiot. Okay. Yeah. Mara actually did a lot better than expected. I thought they were going to struggle to beat consensus. Shara's my view on Mara doesn't change, and I can show you what I mean. I can show you what I mean. Like I can't, just like a lot of people can't, but I can't predict bottoms and tops or whatever. That's why I use accumulation areas, and like I use areas to express if I think it's a good buy or if I think it's a good sell, and nothing changes. So like after seeing this dip a lot and dip below this ascending support line, and it keeps dipping and stretching out these it will be interesting, because I also think they're accumulating every Mara holds on to Bitcoins they mine, and they also buy Bitcoin from the spot market. So they're kind of playing like the MSTR game, but I think they're doing it a little bit more like sustainably, unlike MSTR, which is only buying spot, which is fine. I feel like that's still going to be super rewarding, just like it's already been. But like my view on Mara doesn't change. Like ever since we broke below the support line and we keep stretching out these supportive fib extension areas, it's just a great time to accumulate. I really do, because I strongly believe it will be back up into the 20s. Not this week, probably not next month, but I truly believe it can surpass $25 by this sometime in the second half of summer. And definitely by fall time, I do believe it can be above $30. So when you consider that time frame, and the overall structures right now, we keep maxing out these like support areas, mainly due to emotional fear in Bitcoin, which is why it's falling out. It's just emotional fear. There nothing has changed in the underlying aspect of it. So, because of Bitcoin doing this purely due to emotions, because I mean, demand is still outweighing supply, and this dip isn't stopping states from buying more Bitcoin. It's not stopping the US from wanting to do the strategic reserve. So if you have a hack, and then like the Citadel liquidation pool, whatever it's called, and tariffs causing fear, causing this to fall, of course Mara would have followed along. Like before the Bybit hack happened, before tariffs, we were starting to trend higher. Like we were starting to trend higher, and then right here, Bybit hack, and then tariff news, and then confirmed tariff news, and then it keeps falling. Like it's just, nothing has changed. So considering that, and then considering that due to this happening, of course it's going to cause Mara to fall. So if you have these assets, in my opinion, yeah, Xiaomi, like, yeah, 60 cents, $13.60. That's what Xiaomi's got. someone else said, someone shared their positions. It was J-Man. So like at the end of the day, it's like you have an asset and you have a company that's highly focused on the same asset that is being supported very much by companies, governments, and so on. It's all being supported, and it's all public information. Like this, you can see the supply and demand. It's graphed out. I think I like to use Glassdoor's chart because they have a very solid chart that updates constantly. It supports those reasons. So if you have fear causing a break of structure to the downside, it just makes sense to accumulate the further it goes down. That's why I've been accumulating BitU the further down Bitcoin goes. So right now I have 2,316. Hold on. Yeah, Mara's a good buy. I who knows what the future holds, but I just think it's a good buy due to they're growing their balance sheet. And eventually when Bitcoin pops up, when the fear goes away, then you have, the price has to reflect the balance sheet and the actual value in the balance sheet. And they're acquiring Bitcoin and they're holding. They have a very aggressive holding policy, unlike Riot and some other companies. So BitU is 2,316 shares at $54.22. It's currently down $39,000 as of this moment. And I plan to add more. So right now I have 125,000 invested. I plan to add another 5 to 10,000 next week if Bitcoin continues to stay suppressed. And of course, when I do, I'll publish a screenshot of it on Discord and I'll make an update video showing you guys the position on YouTube. But yeah, if it's at the end of the day, if it's emotion that's causing all this, then why not take advantage of it? If you are financially just comfortable taking the risk in whatever proportions you feel is right, as long as you believe in the research you do, then these levels are really, really important, because eventually, like, we've seen massive fluctuations before, and we've seen this sideways channel, just massive fluctuations. Like, we'll continue to see that happen as it continues to follow this support line that goes up. And then, it's just how it is. I mean, I don't really know what else to say. The structures look solid. Thank you, J-Man. The structure looks solid. At the end of the day, I think because Bitcoin's down a little bit, and I think Nvidia and Mara are probably down after market now. I think it was just Mara was doing good. I think Nvidia, even though it did good, it wasn't overwhelmingly good to like pop it a whole lot, because they only did $1 billion more, regardless of their positive guidance. It was only $1 billion more, which is a lot of money, but for them, it's not really a whole lot. I mean, they make tens of billions, but having 1 billion over, I think is underwhelming. So I think that's why it's probably dropping a little bit after hours. Let's see where it's at right now. Yeah, that's why it keeps dropping. I think it's just underwhelming. But we'll see. The next 2 days is what's really gonna show how it stabilizes. As the market opens again and there's more volume that's being flown into the market, up or down, it doesn't matter. For the moment there's a higher volume, that will start to reflect what Wall Street really thinks of their earnings. That's when they will really be able to do whatever they want to do. Mara's actually up, unlike Nvidia, but we just have to wait. The next 2 days during market hours alone, that's really what's gonna show create whatever smaller structure it wants to create, and then see what happens. So yeah, 2 days, and then I strongly believe we'll see a reversal in Bitcoin in the first half of March. Realistically speaking, second half of March we should be back up of over $100,000, as long as tariffs don't get any worse. And then yeah, we just have to wait to see how everything kind of like settles the next 2 days. But yeah, no. Showers, just to answer that question one more time. Yeah, I just use zones within structures, and right now we're in a pretty good accumulation zone within the structure for Mara. So since I can't predict anything, I try to use zones. Ooh, 30k on XRP. I'm down 30k on BitU. I don't really know much about XRP, to be honest. I've never researched it. I've heard a lot about it. I just don't know enough to really give it an opinion. I want to start diversifying the cryptos I trade with later this year. I want to start doing more different, trade different things. And the cool things too is that we have like Ethereum ETFs and stuff like that. I think soon enough, if we don't have it already, a Solana ETF. So I want to take advantage of those ETFs to buy long and short. But yeah, let's just see what happens the next 2 days, and then we'll get March going. Yeah, I'm gonna go cook some fish and rice because I am hungry. Yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out, man. I'm gonna live stream again tomorrow and Friday because I like to, during the trading days, or stock market open days, I like to just record and document Bitcoin's fluctuations during these days. But yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys a lot. Let's see how Nvidia and yeah, see you later, Jademans. We'll see how Nvidia and Mara settle in the next 2 days, including Bitcoin. Yeah. Take care, guys.